follow my lead and turn off your cell phones. We have a very exciting speaker today, and I don't want her to be interrupted by that. Second of all, why don't we ask our star of our local television appearance yesterday morning, Mr. Bill Jackson, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Bill? Ex-military people may salute the flag. Okay, a couple of boilerplate items. Any first timers tonight? Anybody here for the first time? Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome. What got you here? Anybody come here because of the newspaper? A friend invited you from the newspaper. Very good. That's nice for Charlie to know because he sends out to them. Oh, don't worry, we're coming to that. Yeah. How about? Because of the email reminder. How many came just because they remembered the email? Good, nice to know it works. Postcard, anybody get a postcard? Excellent, okay, we're on the right track, that's very good. Anybody like to be on the mailing list? Any newcomers like to be on the mailing list or the email list? If so, please see Richard Burton, waving madly in front here. Okay, a couple of reports of local activity. I don't know if anybody, I couldn't do it, but I don't know if anybody could make it over to the Reading Airport on June 1 to 3 for the World War II days. Anybody here that was there that would like to give a report on it? Boy, those hands went down fast. Anybody? Well, as usual, I know that it was well attended. I'm sorry, is there somebody here that would like to give a quick report on it?
I know there was one person that stayed out there at 2 o'clock in the morning drinking some alcohol. Wasn't me.
Was it me? All right, well, I'm sorry to say that I couldn't make it there, but so I have no report on it, but it happened, and I'm told the weather was beautiful, and it was a great event. If you haven't been there before, plan to go next year, the first weekend of June. It's just a great, great event. All sorts of active displays there, airplanes, World War II airplanes flying in, and it's just quite remarkable. A little volunteer.
I went and Jim Sutherland, from Enola, and my daughter said to me a few days prior, she said, "I'll give you your Father's Day present early because she's going to be relocating." I said, "Oh, what is it?" She said, "World War II weekend." I said, "Really?" So we went, my wife and I and my daughter went, and it was really good. At the meet, Wild Bill Guarnier and the brothers, and saw the wonderful aircraft. It was a great time, and I didn't want to leave. And when we were walking away, I said, "You just gave me the best Father's Day present ever. Everything in the world will go to you and not your brother." So.
Thank you, Jim. I guess that makes you that for sure there was a good time over there. Yesterday, June 6th, that famous day, two things happened, of course, for remembrance of the invasion in Europe, Normandy, and equally as important, at 6:15 on the morning news, our own Bill Jackson was live on television, commenting on the event. I'm sure you're all up about that time. Well, some of us were. We watched him and Bob Watkins get interviewed by the live camera, and I went looking for it today on their website. There's a thing called the cutting room floor. I think you've met it. But anyway, it was a nice gathering over there at the historic site. A quick reminder, in case anybody has to duck out early, we do have a helmet committee. Vigilantly speaking, Frank and Rich will have a helmet. In case you're not familiar with the tradition, we do not charge for here, but we do collect anything you care to drop off. Defray the cost of this place and other things. So thank you in advance. Last month's attendance, I'm told, was about 143, which is not bad. Not our highest, but it certainly isn't our lowest. And I'm really tickled that with such beautiful weather that we're having this week, that we had such a good turnout tonight. And I'm sure you'll not regret being here. That's all I got. Anybody else got another announcement? I know that there's one. I know there's, yes, here it comes.
Thank you. Wes Dellinger. I'm chairman of the board at Cornwall Manor, and we are sponsoring J.R. Martinez to come to the area. If you've ever watched Dancing with the Stars, he won it this past December. But he's better known because he was a member of the 2nd Battalion, 502nd Infantry Regiment of the 101st Airborne. And in March of '03, he was involved in a Humvee that hit a landmine. He was trapped inside the burning building, or the burning vehicle, and he suffered burns over 40% of his body. But he discovered while he was in the hospital that he had a knack for helping other burn victims, and he's become a very inspirational speaker. And you'll be able to see him in person September 28th at Lebanon Valley College. I do have brochures with me if you'd like to consider going, and we'll be standing at the doors at the back at the end of tonight's event. So appreciate it, and if you have questions, you can always go to cornwallmanor.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like a worthwhile thing to do. I've seen this guy. Didn't remember when he met him first, but I have seen him speak on television. He's really quite something. He went through a whole lot, and to turn it around into a positive event is really quite something. I'm not sure I could do that. One more announcement I know coming from Richard Burton.
Yeah, with all the hoo-ha going on with this Dick Winters and his statue, I thought we'd make an attempt to try to recruit this Jordan Brown as a speaker for next year. So I'll be working on that. And he's a 6th grader. So we're gonna try to recruit him for next year. But so there's a future historian, although he says he wants to be an actor. But a real historian in the making is a young man that's going to talk tomorrow night at Harrisburg Civil War Roundtable. His name's Cooper Wingard. He's already published books, and he's going to talk about the Battle of Sporting Hill. And if anybody's interested in getting that information tomorrow, they meet over at the Radisson over on Route 15, the Penn Harris Radisson. That usually gets started about 8 o'clock in the evening. So that's Harrisburg Civil War. And then Hershey Civil War meets in 2 weeks. And we have a man coming up from the Philadelphia area, and he's going to come in the person of John Hay. And John Hay was one of Lincoln's personal secretaries. So he has a lot of background information on that. And then he also served another president as President Theodore Roosevelt's Secretary of State. So that's coming up in 2 weeks over at Country Meadows. So, thank you very much.
Jordan Brown.
Yes.
Yeah, Jordan Brown. In case you don't know, he's the guy that sold all the armbands and made about $100,000 towards the Richard Winters statue, which was unveiled yesterday over there. So it's quite remarkable for a young man to do that. Okay, one last thing before we introduce Linda. Next month's meeting, July 5th, the day after July 4th, I'm sure we'll all be recovered from the festivities. Speaker Douglas Smith talking about the 13th Army Air Force in the Pacific. If you look that up on Google, I think you'll find there's going to be a lot to talk about. So, 13th Army Air Force in the Pacific. And now, without further delay, I'd like to introduce you to the lady sitting up here, Linda Schwab from Lingelstown, a survivor of the Holocaust in her native country of Poland, now Belarus. I don't want to give away the whole story. It was written up, but I want her to tell it. I'd like to give you the synopsis, and then I'd hate to have you fall asleep during her presentation, which I'm sure you won't. But she had a long journey through the war period, and I think it's a tribute to her and those who survived it with her. She got eventually sponsored when we came to Harrisburg area, and I'm really looking forward to hearing about what she has to say. So without further ado, let me present to you Linda Schwab. Linda's down here.
I hope this works. I don't know, my story is a little different than anybody that you've heard, any survivors that you've heard. There aren't many children that survived, and the reason mine is different is because my mother and my father and I have an older brother and a younger brother. We all survived intact, and that's quite unusual. I was born in December of 1935. We lived in a village called Miajo. It was near Vilna. My mother came from Vilna. She was, I don't know how many people they had in her family, but her father was a big rabbi in Vilna, and he was the head of the printery. All the Bibles that were printed had his signature on it. And my father was in a small village, and he was a very bright man, although not as learned. He never, I don't think, finished school, but he was always considered to be a very bright man, and they introduced my father to my mother, and they were married in Vilna, and he brought her back to Miajo. Now, he, I think, was one of 17 children, and his father died when he was fairly young, and he was one of the youngest of the children, and he always told us that he helped his mother raise the family. He became affluent in our village. He had a store, a dry goods store, and my mother always worked with him. He had orchards. He had cows, and he was a very comfortable person, and a lot of the people would come into the store, and whether they could afford or not, couldn't afford, he would help them by giving them whatever they needed. If they needed food, he would send them in the back to milk the cows, go in the orchards, and whatever they needed. He was very charitable and very giving. And later on in life, those are the people that remembered my father. We lived in Miajo, a normal life, so we thought, until Germany took over. They invaded Poland without any problem. In fact, the Polish people were happy to see, they cheered when the Germans came in. They thought they were just going to be wonderful. It didn't turn out that way, as we all know, but the Polish people thought so. And we didn't feel the German occupation there for a while. And then one day the Germans in Jeeps came in. I think there were 4 on a Jeep, and they came in and came through the town, and then they started to, and they were cheered when they came in. And in I think it was 1942, they organized our village. They had everybody wear, a yellow star on the front of their coat or on their arm. And you couldn't walk outside unless you had that on. You had to be identified. I tell you all this, and you have to bear with me because I'm not sure that I tell it to you the way I remember it, or whether I remember all the things that my mother and father told. I heard them repeat it so many times that I'm not sure whether I remember it, as I said, as I remember. There are certain things that you can't forget. You can't forget being scared. You can't forget being hungry. You can't forget being cold. I remember all those things. Then we were all put onto one street. And that street they called a ghetto. Now this was quite early in their, in the war, actually. My father saw the writing on the wall, and he thought, no, he says, I'm going to find a place for my family. And he went to different people's and asked them, and he found a place for us, and he came back, and before he came back, the Germans said that they were going to take the men to work. And they did. They took them on, I think it was on a truck. And the next thing we knew, the next thing that I remember is looking out, my mother looking out through the window, and my 2 aunts who were with her, and they said that they had all these men that they took to work, and they had them dig a huge hole, and then they threw hot water at these people. They were torturing them. They had the German police dogs bite at them, and they took with the bayonets and they kept going, sticking at the people and shooting randomly at them. And then those that were still able to stand up, they pulled all the other bodies into that hole. And I remember pulling on my mother's skirt because the window was higher than I was, and they were screaming, crying, pulling on their hair, and I wanted to see what was happening. And we thought my father was there too. That night, my father came for us, and he was taking us out, and my father said, we'll stop in our house and see if we can take some clothing along for the children to wear, because it was getting cold. And so we went back into our house, and somehow or other, the SS found out that we were there. And so either somebody told them that they saw people, or they came back for us. And they marched us out to to get back into the ghetto. And I think they were kind of drunk. They were celebrating. And I think my father tried to escape. And the soldier shot at him. And he fell to the ground. And there was a lot of blood. And mind you, here we are, helpless. Here he shot my father, and we couldn't cry. We couldn't scream. They kept pushing us to go. And the soldier, kind of pushed his arm to the side so he could get by and marched us back to the ghetto. Now my father, he was shot in the ear, and it caused a lot of blood, and so they thought that he was dying. And so they just left him there. But he got up, he pinched his ear somehow, and he ran away, and he waited until late that night. Then he came back for us. And that time we all escaped, and we went to these people's home. And you have to know that the Germans, everything that they did was systematically. They had records for everything. They were very systematic. And they also announced that anyone that is helping Jews will be punished just like the Jews. And the people whose home we were in were scared. And so we left there, and for a while we were just in the forest, and then we were at another family's. We were in a barn, I think it was, also for a short time. And eventually we got to a third family. The man's name was Alexander. He and his wife, and I think they had a daughter. I don't quite remember that. I only remember because my mother told me so. And we stayed in that house in the cellar, and it was a cellar. It was not a finished basement. It was not a room. It was just a cellar. And it had just a small window. And we stayed there for months and months. And one day, Alexander's sister came to him and she said, "I heard you were keeping Jews." And he said, No, I'm not. And she said, "Okay," and so she left. She came back the next day and she says, "I heard you were keeping Jews, and tomorrow I'm going to bring the SS." So with that, when she left, he came downstairs and he says, "You'll have to leave. My sister's going to bring the SS tomorrow." This Alexander, he was such a wonderful man. He later on we asked him why did he do it? And even though my father gave him money and they couldn't spend it, so it wasn't just for the money. He says, "You had a family, and I have a family, and you had to live." And he took his horse and went into the forest. It was a huge, huge forest, and it's a very dense forest. And I don't know if any of you have seen the movie Defiance. Then you know what the forest looked like. And they dug a cave-like condition. There was a huge tree, and they dug into that, under that tree, and they filled bags of sand, and the horse pulled it over to, there was a little river nearby, and they dumped it there. So nobody would know that there was any signs of anyone being there. I think they took some wood and put inside, they called that a zimlanke. I don't know if you would understand what that is, but I think if you saw the movie, it would help you to know our conditions. And there we stayed. We had a plank of wood, like 2 horses and the wood over it, like in a workroom. And we stayed there, and my father used to go out at night, and he would go to different people's homes that he knew and beg for food, because we didn't have any food. It was once in a while this Alexander would come and bring us food, but most of the time they didn't have enough food to feed themselves, no less feed us. And we stayed there, and one day when my father went to someone's house to beg for food, the man said to him, "I saw your sister." And my father said, Where did you see my sister?" And he said, "I saw her near the forest." And my father said, "Well, take me to her." And so he did. And there was my aunt, and her daughter was maybe a year younger than I was, just sitting next to, waiting to die. And she said to him, "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" And he says, "You're going to come with me." She told us that she and there were 2 sisters, my father had 2 that were with him, and the little girl had paid this man a lot of money to take them back through the forest and go deeper into Russia, beyond the German territory. And a lot of them went on, but she was with her little girl, and she couldn't walk, and she couldn't carry her, and so she stayed back. She says a lot of the parents, mind you, you have to picture this, would take their children and tie them to a tree and leave them there, hoping that maybe somebody would find them and save them. They were sure that they couldn't make it, and that was the only way that they felt that they would survive, the children would survive. She says she couldn't do it. She said, "We both have to die," and she just stayed back. Well, now we were 7 people. It was my mother and my father, my 2 brothers, my aunt and her daughter, in that little Zimblanca, that little cave. There was brush over in the opening. We were there, I think it was for 18 months. 8 summer and winter, the snow, the rain. Can you imagine? For entertainment, my father would go to the little opening and he would read us Bible stories every day. During the day, that's what he did. And we would take off our shirts or whatever we had on. Every day we would, like you have lice in your head. It's a big deal to get the lice out when the children are in school and they get lice. we had them all over us. The clothes we would shake out and then take them out. That was every day. That was our entertainment. Mind you, how old I was. This was in 1943 and 44. I was 9 years old. And this is how we lived. 18 months. And one day when my father was begging for food, they would all have a little radio. Every now and then they would listen to BBC, I think, had world news. And they were listening to the news and they heard that the Germans were losing the war and they were going to be retreating. And when they retreated, they burned everything in sight. I'm sure that you read about that, and I'm sure this isn't news. Villages were burned, dogs, cows, horses, they left nothing behind. And the Germans were always afraid to go into the forest because, number one, there were a lot of partisans, and I'm sure you know what the partisans are. And my father had to hide from the partisans as well, because if he would stay with the partisans, he wouldn't be able to help us, he wouldn't be able to help the family. So not only was he hiding from the Germans, he was also hiding from the partisans. The Germans were afraid to go into the forest. I think the forest was called Panar. The forests were so dense and full of marsh that the tanks couldn't go in there. And so they had a tsep. They called it a tsep, is really translation is a braid. But what it meant is that they had a lineup of German soldiers with their bayonets walking through the forest with maybe every 10 yards another one and another one and another one. And as they were walking, killing everything, this was the way of getting rid of the partisans, getting rid of anything that was in that forest. And my father thought, for sure, we're all going to die. And so he was a very smart man. He decided that he would divide us off into groups, and maybe somebody would survive. He found a haystack and put my mother and my younger brother inside the haystack. And he told them to stay there and not move until he comes back. He took my aunt and my cousin in another haystack near a little mountain, I think it was, and he put them there, and they stayed there. He couldn't find another haystack, and so he found a pile of brush, and I think he dug underneath that brush and had some heavy blankets and put us under those blankets and covered us with the rest of the brush. I remember he taught my brother how to whistle, so when he would go out to check, he would be able to find his way back to us. He said, "You whistle, and I'll listen for the whistle back," and that's what he did. I remember being so dry and thirsty. Imagine just laying there. We were there all day. I think it took 24 hours. Dry, that my father took a spoon and put it into the mud and got just a drop of water so we could wet the lips no food, no water, cold, and needless to say, scared. And here I am, 9 years old. Not a sound, not a cry, nothing from any of us. I think I'm telling you this, and I'm thinking, I'm talking about me. I can't believe that it was me that I'm talking about. It's like a bad dream. We were laying there, and all of a sudden we hear noises, and my father said, they're coming. And we lay there, and all of a sudden I hear more, closer and closer, and I see these German boots getting closer, and the bayonets, just a little crack. That's all I could see was the part of the bayonet and the boots. And there's, like, they're coming right, getting close. And there's a command. It says, Anschließen rechts, turn to the right. And there's this soldier that was coming at us, made a right. The next one made a right. And we were omitted there, right in the middle. Can you imagine that? But I felt like, when I saw, it's like Moses, he took down the stick and the sea parted. I mean, where else could you think it's God's will that we shouldn't die? I can't believe that actually happened. Now, we just lay there, and we lay there, and my father said, I think from the area where they came, we didn't hear any shots. So my mother must have survived. And now, I don't know, a couple hours went by, and my father ventured out, and he found my mother. He said, but don't move. And he went to my aunt's, and she was still there. And then he kind of went up on the hill, and he says he saw a lot of fires burning. And so he went down, there was a huge road there nearby. He went down to that road, and he saw other people there. And he thought, well, he'd get up closer. And they said, the tanks are coming, the Russians are coming. And with that, he went back to get us. My mother and my aunt and all us children. Now you kind of have to picture this. You're not hungry anymore. You're not thirsty anymore. You're not scared. We were just running to the road. And there we are, we're sitting along the side of the road, watching the artillery going by and the tanks going by. And one of the soldiers jumped down from his tank and took off his hat and put it on my brother's head. And he said, he knew who we were. I mean, we were yellow and skinny, and he recognized who we were. And they kept on going. Now, we tried to go back to our village, to our house, but it was occupied. I think the army had overtaken it, and there was something else there now. And we found another empty house. And we went there. And my father became an important person in our village. Why was he so important? Because he was such a smart man. He helped them get sap from the trees. I don't know what they used it for, but it was very important. And one day they came to him and they said, Hendel, his name was Hendel, what do we do? The cows are all dying. Can you help us? Can you help us? And my father said, well, it's a hot day, the cows are dying. He took a hose and gave them a lot of water to drink, and he hosed the cows down, and they survived. And he thought, well, that was good, and he became even more important. And his friend Alexander said to him, Hendela, don't stay here. Don't stay here. The Russians are not much better than the Germans were. He was also a smart man. And he says, don't stay here. My father said, well, I can't leave here without my sister, who he had to find. But he had heard that, he had heard that they took all the Jewish people that were in Russia and they put them in a kolkhoz. It's really a work camp. And he found that area and he found his sister. And she saw him and she just kept shaking her head. They're going to keep you too. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? And my father said, these people will have to answer to the hierarchy because I have papers, and if anything happens to me, if I don't come back with her, they're going to go to jail. And they were scared, and they let him go. And that's very unusual. When he came back, I remember my father put us on a horse and a buggy, and we came by this Alexander's house to say goodbye to him. And then he put us into a cattle car, and he had cigarettes with him and bottles of whiskey, and not much else. But the only way that he could get it to go where he wants it to go was paying him with cigarettes or with whiskey. And we were going to Israel. Where else can we go? But we had to go towards Lodz. Lodz is a big port. He would get out every time the train would stop and direct the cattle car to go towards Lodz. Well, we ended up being in Berlin. And I remember, now this is 1945, I think. When we got to Berlin, it was just after the war. And I remember seeing a wounded soldier sitting at the Bahnhof eating out of his canteen. There's some things that I don't remember, but I remember enough to be able to tell you the story. And once we got into Berlin, we found our way to the American zone. And when we got to the American zone, we left Berlin and we went to Munich. And in Munich, they had DP camps, which is displaced people. And there were a lot of families just like us. Now, before this, we thought we were the only one that survived. We never heard of anyone else surviving the way we survived. But when we got to the DP camp, There were a lot of people from the concentration camps that survived. There were a few, not many, from the forest that survived. And they were all being prepared to go to Israel. Now, the DP camp was, a lot of people ask, what was that like? And I have to, almost like barracks. Each one had like 3 rooms and a huge a shower, maybe with 4 stoves, and 1 toilet. But that was wonderful next to what we had before. And my father found 2 of my mother's nieces that survived the concentration camp. And we went to school, and it was wonderful. This DP camp was run by American soldiers. Maybe some of you were there, I don't know. But they had cafeterias, and I remember getting a care package. Do you remember sending a care package during the war? It had a toothbrush and toothpaste. It had a comb and a cake of soap, and it even had a candy bar, a Hershey candy bar. I remember that. And I learned how to speak Hebrew. We were there for 3.5 years. I learned how to speak Polish from my friend that lived downstairs from us. At that point, as I said, we were being prepared to go to Israel, but it wasn't so easy to go there either. If any of you saw the movie Exodus, the boat, it couldn't go directly. The English intercepted it because Israel was not a state yet. This was in 1947, maybe, that happened. And so my father said, I can't do that. I didn't save my family from Hitler to lose them in Cyprus, because they had to go by way of Cyprus. And from Cyprus, the Israeli underground would take these people by small boats into Israel, and many of them were killed. In fact, there was a movie, Ruth Gruber was very instrumental in the boat Exodus. She wrote a lot about it. They just recently had a movie on it at the Uptown, I think, theater. Anyway, my mother remembered that before the war, she had a cousin that lived with them. Their father had already come to America, and the aunt and the children lived with them until he called for them. And she knew his name was David Schwab, Binghamton, New York, and that's all she remembered. So she wrote a postcard to David Schwab, YMCA, Binghamton, New York. Now, he no longer lived there. He had moved away. But one of his youngest, it was the youngest brother, still lived in Binghamton. So when they saw Schwab, they decided to give it to the only Schwab that they knew. He says, maybe you know this David Schwab. And he says, oh yes, that's my brother. And he took that postcard and gave it to him. And he says, oh, I know who that is. That's my cousin Reva. And he went to Washington and prepared papers for us to come here. And that's how we came. I was on a huge boat. It was called General Blake. And I remember being on that boat, and I remember being sick from the day it took off for 2 weeks. Oh, my bunk was on the highest one. I never got up there. I was always on the floor, and if I would fall asleep, I would wake up, and everything that was rolling around was around me. It was just, I was just so sick, till finally we got to the United States, and everybody came on deck, and we saw the Statue of Liberty. And I want to tell you, even now, when I think of the Statue of Liberty, I said, that's when I became liberated. I wanted to die for those 2 weeks. I was just sick. In fact, I wrote an essay when I was in high school on what freedom means to me. And I wrote about when I first saw the Statue of Liberty. And it was published, and I remember getting an award and having to read it on the television, and I was scared and I was crying. I didn't want to do it, but I did. Now, when we came here now, I did not speak English. At home we spoke Yiddish, which is Jewish. I learned the Hebrew in school. I learned how to speak Polish from my friends downstairs for 3.5 years that we were in the DP camp. I learned how to speak Polish. I learned how to speak German from a German piano teacher, because while I was in school in the DP camp, we had a piano, and in the next village there was a piano teacher, and we would go down, we'd get on a bicycle, and we would go to the next village, and she would teach us how to play the piano. Now, Yiddish and German is very similar, but it's not the same language. But it was easy to pick up the language for me, especially when you're young. The Europeans pick up the languages quickly. But English, we didn't speak. So there's this David Schwab came to pick us up at the boat, and he brought us. I remember also staying overnight in New York, and I didn't sleep, not for a minute. It was the Edison Hotel, and I remember looking out the window and seeing the words, the letters Bond going by, the advertisement. And it was like, what is this? It was like something I'd never seen before. And I watched it the whole night. I just sat there with my mouth wide open and watched it. And then we came to, he brought us to Harrisburg. Now, at that point, he lived in Baltimore. And when he brought us here to Harrisburg, we lived with his sister. And they took us to school, and they put us in grades where we belonged, not necessarily because we knew anything. And they each assigned us to someone that would help us. And they were teaching us first grade, go, dot, or run, dog, run, very, very beginning. And it was, I think it was in April, and school was out. And I remember this David Schwab, his wife, was going to Binghamton. But she had a mother that lived in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And she said, she stopped by to see us, and she wanted to know if I wanted to go with her. Well, I was going anywhere. And she speaks no Yiddish, and I speak no English. And there are the two of us in the car, and we almost have to picture this. We laughed about it for a long time. but somehow or other with the hands and with the motions, we got along. And she went to visit her mother, and across the street from her was a family that her friends were, and the mother spoke a little bit of Yiddish, just a very little bit. And she had 3 children, and they were playing hide and seek. Well, you don't have to speak English to play hide and seek. When you finish counting, you run. And so I was having a wonderful time. The middle daughter was my age, and I was having a wonderful time, and she came to get me. And oh, I didn't want to leave. Oh, I just didn't, I wanted to stay there. And I'm telling her, oh, I want to stay here. She says, you go with her, and on the way back, you'll stay. Well, that's all she had to do was say, tell me that. And so I went with them. And she brought me back to them, and I stayed there for 6 weeks. It's like the man that came to dinner. I really felt like that. But when I came back to Harrisburg, I spoke English like I speak now. My older brother has a very heavy accent, and I do somewhat, but I picked it up quickly. I started into 8th grade, and oh, I loved America, and I still love America. And I could probably be the spokesman for the USA. That's how strongly I feel about it. And I joined everything in high school that there was. Every organization I was in, and one day we were marching in school, and the teacher picked me as a majorette. Now mind you, I don't know how to twirl a baton, and I didn't know how to twirl a flag, but she liked the way I marched. And she says, you'll fit in the uniform great. It's just fine. And so I was a majorette for 4 years. We'll teach you how to twirl. And I became very popular. I was in every sports activity that there was. There was soccer at the time wasn't even popular then. But we in Penn had soccer. There was basketball and baseball and ping pong and tennis. In fact, if I look through my yearbook, I'm on every page. I just loved everything about high school. In fact, I met my husband. I was a senior in high school. He had just come back from the Korean War. And when he took me to my senior prom, and we were just together all the time. But I wanted to go to business school, to learn how to type and take shorthand. And believe it or not, I caught my finger in the car. And I couldn't do anything. So he said, so let's just get married. And we did. We did. And I had 3 children, 3 wonderful children. And then he got sick. And he was sick with cancer for 3 years. And I nursed him, and then finally he died before he was 50. And there I was, alone with my 3 children, after going through what I went through. And about 3 years later, I met up with this David Schwab's son, who also lost his wife to cancer. And that's why my name is Schwab. And we were married for 23 years. And he passed away, it's about 6 years, 5.5 years ago. And he also was a wonderful man and very charitable, and helped me do a lot of Holocaust things that I was interested in. We have a library at Middletown, Penn State campus, and I have the the essay contest, which I do every year. I give out $1,000 for students in senior high school and students in junior high schools. And the teachers have the children write essays. It's all through central Pennsylvania. And I give it out in cash because I want them to get the money and want them to be interested in what happened. And that's the reason that I really came here to speak. I'm not so good in speaking. Until 1992, I don't think I ever spoke about it. I wish that my mother and father would still be here so I could ask them a lot of the questions that I hear from all of you. And hopefully when I'm finished, you'll ask me, because I'm sure I left a lot out, and each time you ask me a question, I can elaborate on it. My granddaughter, who, when she was bat mitzvah, when the Jewish children are 13, they have a bat mitzvah. And I didn't want her to stop her education, so I told her that if she continues her Hebrew High, I would take her on the March of the Living. I don't know if any of you know what that is, but I'll explain it. They take the children in their senior year for a week to Poland, where all the concentration camps are. And I think somebody here told me that they were going there, and I can't describe what that trip was to me, and it was my first time back. And then the next week we go to Israel for a week, and it's the opposite. You get there and it's warm, and it's all the young people, and they take you to the ocean, and it's lively, and they're singing and dancing, and it's unbelievable. It's the extreme opposite of what was going on in Poland. And I have to tell you this scene. When we were going to Poland, actually what happened is I was telling this to my older granddaughter, who was just going into her senior year. And she says, "Well, Nanny, I want to go too." And I said, "Are you serious? Because if you really want to go, I will make this happen." And she said, I do. And I took her that year, which is a year ago in April. I took her with me. And when we first arrived in Warsaw, we got off the plane, and we're sitting there with our suitcases. You have to picture this because still can't believe this. We're all sitting there with the suitcases waiting for the buses to tell us where to go. And I see this lady going by, and I jumped up. I know this face. And I couldn't face it, and I said, "Where are you from?" And she says, "LA." And I thought to myself, no, that's not what I want to know. "What is your name?" And she says, "Paula." And the bells went off. I said, "You're not Paula, you're Pesha." And she looked at me, she says, "How do you know me?" I said, "I'm Linda." She was my girlfriend in school in the DP camp. Can you believe that? I still can't believe, and I recognize that face. She says, I said to her, "I didn't even know how you survived the war." Her brother, when the Germans were taking the children out of the concentration camp, her brother pushed her into the attic, and they would take food to her in the attic. And she looked at me and she says, "I remember you now." I didn't recognize you. I couldn't believe this. This actually happened in April. And May 1st, we were leaving Poland and going to Israel. And believe it or not, it was snowing in Poland. It was so dreary and cold. And it was, you have to picture the forest, those dense trees, with all the snow coming down. It's a wonder the bus didn't have an accident, because it was terrible. I don't know what else to tell you, but I think I'll open up and let you question. And please don't hesitate asking questions, because I'm sure I left a lot out. Sure.
Let me, if I may, first sum up and say, in one word, wow. Oh! There are a lot of questions, but, and I don't know if this thing is working, it doesn't sound like it to me. But,
Right there.
what a testament to the human spirit, what a testament to the notion of giving back. You're just remarkable. You're
Thank
just
you.
a remarkable woman.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm sure there's a lot of questions. We're going to get this going. So speak up so they can hear, everybody can hear.
Yeah,
Coach it.
you made a comment about the Poles seemingly happy about the German invasion. Do I understand that?
Yes.
My mother's side was Polish, and her parents came over here in the 1890s. And I talked a lot of Polish in the day when they were still living. And their attitude towards the Germans was one of fear, and towards the Russians one of hatred. And I just want to understand what you're saying about their being happy that their Air Force was destroyed in 3 days. Their army capitulated in 6 weeks, and Warsaw and other cities were bombed into oblivion. Why were they happy?
I wonder why they were too. I don't know. All I know is that maybe the government wasn't.
Did they think the Germans were going to save them from the Russians?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I was too young to know any of this. And I don't know how to explain it, except that I know, and this was documented in a lot of books. I'm sure you all know that. It was in 3 days, I think, they went through Poland. Yes, they did bomb, you're right. There's no question about that. And apparently they thought they would get a lot of resistance, but they didn't get a lot of resistance in Poland. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to understand. There are good and bad people everywhere. You have to know that even the Germans, as bad as they were, there were a lot of good people there. I mean, don't feel guilty in any way. This one officer turned his head the other way so we could get away into the forest. He could have killed us. He turned his head the other way so we could go. I mean, this is so. And the Polish, look at all the people that helped us, the Polish people. There were wonderful people there, wonderful people. But there were a lot of bad ones. There were a lot of bad ones.
The gentleman behind me asked the question I was going to ask, so that's answered. I would just like to comment, when the Germans marched into Austria, there was no opposition whatsoever. People stood in the streets and cheered.
That's right.
Now my other question is this. Could you explain to us what was a DP camp? Who administered DP camps? Some details about the DP camps.
You have to remember, I was 10 years old. From what I understand from my mother and father at the time, and trust me, once we got to the United States, we didn't ask them any questions. And we didn't want to know about anything. But when you were in the DP camp, That's all people talked about, was how they survived. Life was wonderful to us in the DP camp. It was run by the United States. In fact, I mean, this is very interesting. When the tanks were going by, now this my brother told me, the tanks all had white stars on them. Why did they have the Russian star is red? Why did they have white stars? Because the United States sent the tanks to Russia. And they didn't have time to paint the red on the stars. And the United States, I mean, that's who helped win the war. I mean, there was just, in fact, you'll see in some of the pictures there that in the DP camp where we were given ice cream by Americans, like I said, the care packages, they ran the DP camps because when the Americans took over in Germany, that's who liberated the camps, the concentration camps, was the Americans. These people had to go somewhere. And there were a lot of people died right afterwards, but they put all these people in the DP camps, and they had schools for them, for the children. They stood in line and you could pick out clothes. My father used to go to Munich, and he used to handle on the black market, buy from one and sell to another one, and bring us home chicken or whatever to cook. My mother would make for us. It was wonderful in the DP camps.
If I may, after the war in 1947 or 8, you remember we had a man who came and lived with us for a while. His name was Sturtsy. He was from Lithuania, I believe. We called him Papa Sturtsy. He was hunched over. He had been forced by the Germans or the Russians, I'm not sure which, to work with a wheelbarrow strapped to his back. And he took that form. He was in a DP camp, and I remember him telling us about the DP camp, just enough, vaguely enough, that I remember why people were there. And they were there because the Americans, who had liberated these people, asked, "Where are you from?" And they would tell them, they said, "Well, the Russians are occupying that place right now." And as you recall, by the time we all got to Germany, the Russians weren't our best friends. And the United States didn't feel it was their obligation to send people back to the places where they would be further persecuted. Hence the DP camp. And I think the Americans probably did the best they could to keep people alive and educate them. So that's
Exactly.
right. Does that sound right to you? Nobody got one?
Just a couple more questions. Curious of your actual birth name?
My name was Lilia Swidler. And I have to tell you a little story that you said about my name, my birthday. I was actually not born on the birthday that I was given. I was born in December of 1935. But when my father was doing the papers, making up papers, he would always get confused with the children's birthdays. So he made us January 1, January 20, and January 25th. And I think he got confused with December to January. I was written up as being a year younger. And I remember when I had my 30th birthday, I said to my mother, "Mom, I don't like this birthday coming up." And she says, "Oh, honey, you were 30 last year." Also, he made himself older, and he also made my mother older. Because when you leave there, you don't want, he didn't want to be, they wouldn't let you out if you were Army, you could be drafted right. So he made himself older and my mother older. And When we came to the United States, we became citizens. My mother and father went to night school. And when we became naturalized and citizens, my mother says, I don't want that old birthday, I want my right birthday. And it was fine until my father started to get Social Security, and she didn't.
The other question, was the DP camp the first opportunity you had for an education?
Yes,
Thank you.
first.
Over here, way over here. On the way over, I'm going to ask a question. With your facility for languages, into how many languages can you translate Pennsylvania Dutch?
Not really a question, but can you give Richard a copy of your essay? And I want to thank you for answering my letter of invitation
I wanted to ask you how you heard about me.
in the Jewish Community Center review.
Oh, okay.
And
The reason I'm saying this is I don't usually speak to people. I always feel that as long as there are other people around to talk about this, let them. But when there are organizations like Children in the Cold Regions, I'll drive up there and tell them my life story. You folks, when I was asked, I felt compelled to tell you because you want to know, and therefore I'm compelled to tell the story.
just, if I could digress for a second, one of my classmates in college, we had a class trip to Chicago and I wanted to go see the U-505 and she said, no. She said, I want to talk to you. She says, I went home from school, the neighbors grabbed me and said, the SS was here, they took your parents. You're no longer Jewish, you're Catholic. Do you understand why? She said, yes. And she talked about playing hide and go seek behind bodies of dead soldiers. She said, I was then sent to Argentina and raised as atheist, and then to Baltimore and was raised as Protestant. So you always just feel, I all screwed up.
You know, I have a friend who I'm going to see actually this coming Wednesday. She plays golf with me. Now that I'm here, I do everything just like I did in high school. I attack everything. I play golf, I play bridge, I play tennis. Anything that I can possibly do, I try to do. Not well, but I do it. This friend of mine told me, they told me I should play golf with me, and they said, you have to meet this, her name is Mickey. And she survived the war by, her father was a piano teacher, music teacher, and he gave lessons to these nuns' children. And when her father was taken away or disappeared or whatever happened to the father, the two girls came for the lesson, and the mother said to the two nuns, take this child, they're going to kill her. And the two nuns took this Mickey, her name was Mickey, and they hid her on their farm through the war, and after the war, her uncle, as he came back from Russia, the people told him that his niece was still alive. Now, the people in the village knew that they had this Jewish little girl. No one told on her. No one told the Germans on her. And she survived. So when I tell you all these stories, you have to know and don't feel guilty who you are. Because you're German or you're Polish, don't feel guilty. There are good people everywhere. There are those that are bad. We have them here too. But that's the way it was.
We have another one?
Yes, you mentioned Penn State Harrisburg, your project there. You've got a lot of Penn Staters in this audience, and those of us who went to the main campus are probably wondering if Schwab Auditorium is named after David's family.
Uncle Charlie, right? No relation.
Quick note, there are some extra of these postcard bios, if anybody wants them. Rich has them, so don't let them go to waste. Thank you very much again. The story is fantastic. Oh, really? It's a marvelous woman, wonderful lady. I just can't thank you.
When I start using food,